Well, my internet hella just dropped. Sam said I'm not behind or anything. I was like, what reason do I have to sit around for 2 months? It's a good use of your time. Good job. Yeah. Good on you for being proactive. I still don't know what time my brother is getting on that train. But I guess that means I can keep streaming. Oh, and he's back. Oh, so did the stream drop? Yeah, I like saw like my connection drop, and I was like, what the? Harmony said, I want Dairy Queen. Oh, yeah, that sounds great. I would love an Oreo one. Sam said, when I could be getting classes done and graduate faster. Yeah, valid. Honestly, that's kind of, yeah, my version of that was, yeah, trying to catch up so I can get there faster. And then after I caught up, that's kind of what I did after, or that's kind of what I was doing simultaneously. I was trying to catch up and trying to get ahead at the same time. It was a really weird experience, but good for you, Sam. That's awesome. Graduate earlier so then you can go do the things that you want to do. Harmony said Avery gonna leave Minnesota 20 pounds heavier when he visits because of all the food spots. Oh, that sounds sick. I'm down for food. Yes. Love that. I love going to new places and exploring the food they have. Oh, that's what I was doing. Okay. Can't run that. All right. I'm gonna lock in on this update for the next 11 minutes and see if I could make some progress here on working on this job description. All right. Oh, made some progress there. Almost done. Oh, Metagross. Yo. Throwing an Ultra Ball down. Okay. I should probably check on my brother because this dude has not messaged me at all. I don't know. Oh, okay. Hey, what's going on, YouTube folks? It's finally connected. My goodness. When did y'all say hi? Uzbi Denok, Sean, what's going on? Jenny and Arian? What's going on? Sorry, y'all. My bad. YouTube has not been working today, so at least you caught us on the break. Glad it has updated. So there were people in stream at 1:12. I am so sorry. Well, we were locked in, so welcome everybody that's over on YouTube. My name's Avery. I'm a recovering high school English teacher, and I guess educational strategist turned co-working streamer. So I appreciate y'all being here. And if you haven't been to a co-working stream before, well, this is an opportunity for you to just hang out, get some work done. If you're working on a project or you're cleaning or doing something, oh, we got the Metagross, let's go. You're welcome to join us. And as you can see, I'm getting like some tasks done right now. So yeah, that's kind of what a co-working stream is. But welcome. You just caught us on the break. So, I mean, we were kind of yapping most of the time, but I should include this in here. Task check on my brother. Let's see, where is this guy? Still there. What time do you want me to pick you up? Well, I mean, that just means we can keep streaming, so 2:30. Okay. It's in about an hour. So we'll keep streaming for like another hour. Oh, okay, he's waiting for me right now. All right. Well, in that case, it is break time. I'm gonna go run to the bathroom real quick. Do a little stretch. Hey man, not supposed to be up there. Miso stole a spot on the pillow. She's not supposed to do that. We did used to have a Miso cam. We still do, I just haven't set it up. Maybe I should do that. See if I can plug it in. Done. Well, I'll take a break real quick before I do that. So, BRB. Is it scenes? Ah, there we go.
Welcome everybody to the PokeLads podcast, a Pokemon podcast where we talk about all things Pokemon and where we answer the question, what is your favorite Mega Evolution? Up to date with the release of the new Mega Evolution lines and Pokemon ZA coming out in about a week from now after this episode releases. I'm your boy, Does Size Matter LOL, aka Adrian, aka AJ, aka Toxic Man Player. Here with my co-host. Go ahead and introduce yourself, my friend.
Hey guys, Sneaker Dad 93 here, aka Damien. That's it.
If you can't tell, we're recording this pretty late at night. We're all like in our like early 30s, which is pretty much the new 40s of this generation. So we're like running on no sleep.
I will take the fault on that. That's just what it's like having a 1.5-year-old who just she's growing, she's learning, and she's refusing to sleep any earlier than like 10 o'clock or even later. So, anywho, okay. So, what is my favorite Mega Evolution? It's so hard for me to pick because there are some really great ones, and then there are some meme ones that I would like to just pick for the fun of it. But broad shoulders and buff ass arms. Like, yeah, hell yeah. That's who I was looking at. Adrian, who would you go for yours?
Glazing mega swamper right now. So those are the kind of bodies you like. You like your big, built, beefy men.
What?
We're not judging here. It's okay.
I didn't mean to paint myself into a corner here, but hold on. The question's you, not me. Like,
no, I'm like mega Pokemon. I don't have a favorite one because my favorite one has yet to come out. Imagine if there was a mega Miltank and instead of 4 nipples, it doubled it and it came out to 8 nipples.
This man is 10 toes down on Miltank.
Yes.
You have to respect it. Well, this episode we actually have a guest with us. He's a very close friend of Adrian's, and we've been trying to get him on the podcast for quite some time. So we're finally happy that we have him here with us. We have Avery Belusk.
All right. Oh, camera's there. Hey, Alicia. How you doing? Long time no see. How's life? Let's see. I need to add source here, and oh, well, Miso just took over the whole screen. Let's put Miso over here. She is by the window and is inside of my pillows. But she looks so peaceful. So I don't want to uproot her from that spot. Maybe let's put her up here so she has more space on the stream. There we go. And then for the people of YouTube, can we put a Miso cam on here? There we go. Which one's my camera? Ah, there it is. This one needs to go above here. Oh, I see. And then let's move the chat. There you go. Now you can kind of see Miso. Oh well. All right. How are you doing, Alicia? How have you been? Thanks for coming to the stream. That's a cute badge. 2-point pickle. Whoa. Why is all of my computer stuff is like being taken up right now? Doing any day. Oh. That's cute. Labor Day weekend. Good to know. Oh. I guess she's my niece. Just her 100th day celebration. How cute. Okay. We got the Miso cam set up. And then we'll go back to updating LinkedIn in a moment. Oh man, glad YouTube ended up working. Sorry folks that have been lurking over there. The stream is just not, I guess it only started, I don't know if it's showing the whole stream. I don't know, I'll find out, whatever. Alright, so I will probably get through this next Pomo, and I might have to end the stream, just because I gotta go pick up my brother. Or I could keep it running. I don't know, we'll see. I think for my own sanity, maybe we'll keep it short. I'll see how I feel. Well, good luck on Pomo number 2 as this break is wrapping up. Hopefully I can finish updating my LinkedIn by the time this Pomo ends, so we'll see. All right, good luck, everybody. Yo, Kitori Derp. What's going on, everybody? That scared the crap out of me. Mr. Waffles. Alicia, how are you doing? Oh, welcome back, Alicia. Joe or Jose. Beginning wonderful. Sin of the Pirates. Hi. Alicia recommended you for rating. Oh, thanks, Alicia. I appreciate that. I hope y'all had a wonderful stream. How was what were y'all up to? Was it also co-working? Collie Energy, Big Border. I love that. Or Big Border Collie Energy. I love that weight. Here, let's get Miso on the camera for y'all because her camera's off right now. You wanna wake up? Co-working? Oh, that's awesome. I hope you had a good stream. Here's my baby Miso. She's so sleepy right now. Sleeping in my lap right now. That's Miso. Find the emotes of her in the chat. I would die for her. Thank you. There's our little Miso emotes. Yeah, she's asleep in my lap. She had a window spot, but she came over here, so. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, welcome in, Raiders. Thanks, everybody who dropped a follow. Thank you for the raid. If you need a raid and run, completely understand because you must have been co-working pretty hard. What's going on, everybody? My name is Avery Balls. I am a recovering high school English teacher turned co-working streamer. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, I'm getting back into streaming for the time being. Oh, Miso just lay down. Hold on. And we are job hunting right now. Actually, I'm not job hunting yet, but I am working on resume stuff again because, as the title says, I got laid off very recently. So, but welcome in, everybody. Feel free to add to the task list if you're working on something. On other streaming days coming soon, we'll be doing some Pokemon card stuff and other video game things again. So stay tuned for that. And hit by a car. There is a story for that. I was in New York this other week for about like 2 weeks right after I got laid off. So I got laid off on the 23rd, and I was going to work remote in New York. Thank you for the lurk, you diva. And I can see the title, holy cow. Yeah. So yeah, I got laid off on the 23rd. Before getting laid off, I actually got approved to work remote in New York because I was going to visit my cousins. And for those of you that are new here, in my previous role, sorry, let me lower this because I know the music's kind of loud. In my previous role, I was coaching educators. So I did a lot of traveling. And as you know, with the school year kind of starting up soon, I was like, okay, let's get some travel out of the way before, I'm going to be on the road again. Not going to be able to see some of my family. And my two younger cousins live in New York. They go to, or one graduated, the other one's still at NYU. And my manager approved me working remote. Fast forward, turns out the day before I got to leave for New York, I get laid off. I'm in New York for the weekend on like the 25th and 26th. And then not last Monday, but Monday the 27th, I was riding passenger on my cousin's e-bike and we got hit by a car. What is this title? What's going on, Nano Soups? Yes, oof. I'm walking here. Let me give you a shout out. Kitori Derp. Am I okay? I'm alive. Fortunately, nothing broken, fractured, or sprained, I think. Like, this is healing all right. I got some stuff on my knee, like a really big gash over there that's been healing well. And so basically what happened, you can imagine just like literally me. I'm on the bike, right? And we've come to a stop. There's two cars up ahead because in front of the crosswalk. And we slowed down. And I don't know if anyone's been in New York. I feel like there's a different kind of biking culture there. But it's very clear that everyone is kind of normalized that like bikers can weave through the traffic. And so we come to a stop. And my cousin's like, I'm gonna, he moves the bike up to the crosswalk so we can be seen by all the drivers, right? So they know that we're there. And there is a Tesla that's coming out of a parking spot on the sidewalk. And we see him turn his wheels and he stops. And we're just like, okay, he stopped. So like, if there are two vehicles, God, I did a terrible example of this earlier. If there are two vehicles, there's a vehicle in front of me. Okay, wait. The vehicle is this microphone. All right. This is us. This red thing. Here's the blue Tesla next to it. It stopped. So we're like, okay, let's go through. Like in between the microphone or that car and the Tesla. As we're passing, the Tesla decides to just accelerate into my leg and sends us flying into the crosswalk. So fortunately, we're not flying at like 5 or 10 miles an hour and getting like clipped, right? I think we might have got seriously injured if that was the case, just in terms of physics. But we were like just rolling over, and then the car just decides to like accelerate into us. A lot of folks in chat earlier said it was very intentional, felt intentional. The guy said he didn't see us, which is like total BS. If you know a Tesla, like, right, like there's a whole console in the middle that shows you when there's bikers or cars passing or pedestrians, and it alerts you when something is next to your, I don't know, whatever. It happened. Alicia said, being alive doesn't mean you're okay. So are you okay? Chain locks versus mirrors. Yeah, I'm doing all right. It happened about 2 weeks ago now, I guess. And so I'm healing well. It was a bit of a scare because like, not a bit, it was a scare, but like, I just wasn't sure if anything was broken or fractured, and everything's kind of been healing all right. I feel like if something was wrong, I would have been in a lot more pain. And because I got laid off, I don't have any more health insurance. So I'm like, okay, well, I can't get x-rayed or see a doctor right now. So I'm still waiting for that. But, so far, I think I'm okay. Exactly, Mr. Waffles. I 100% agree with you. Thank you for checking in, Kitori. And yeah, the scare for me was the healthcare bills. And that's like literally the lesson learned here. Exactly. He should have paid for that. And that was my mistake. So basically, my cousin and I are dealing with like, exactly, like we got his contact information. Assume I know a guy. Thanks, Mr. Waffles. We only got his contact information and the license plate. And so now this guy is being very dodgy, where we're just like, hey, can you send us a photocopy of your insurance? And he's just like saying all this stuff to kind of avoid it. And I'm like, dude, all you have to do is just take a picture of it. And he's like, it wasn't my car or blah, blah, blah. And it's like, bro, like, don't make this hard on yourself. And this is where like lesson learned in the moment, call the paramedics, call the cops, exactly, police report time. Because while I was in New York, 2 days after the incident, because we didn't call them on the incident on site, bystanders were trying to help us and call because they didn't want the driver to get away. Just in that moment, like I didn't have my phone on me. My cousin had it in his bag. And he was like trying to shoo everybody off, but I was like, no, like try to get their information. I didn't realize he didn't get like the car insurance information. He just got his contact information, his phone number. And then, basically 2 days later, I trying to file a report online, figure out you can't. With New York, there's a form that you have to fill out. I walk over to a nearby precinct to get some help. The precinct is like, the way NYPD works, you have to go to the crosswalk and call from there, and then they'll send somebody because they have to look at the cameras. So I spend like, Echo said, adrenaline can't be trusted to get everything. Exactly. And I wait by the cross intersection where the accident happened for about 2 hours. Police finally show up. They basically tell me like, so this happened 2 days ago and you don't like really have any photo evidence of it. And they were just like, okay, well, we can't really do anything because it already happened. And it's like, you should have called us like as soon as it happened, because then we could do all the reporting. Driver's not here, blah, blah, blah. They basically direct me to fill out the form. And so that's where we're at right now. And at this point, I'm kind of moved past the whole insurance settlement stuff. Like, yeah, money would be cool, but hi, cat. If Boswell's gonna hit by a car. and laid off, right? Crazy work. Yeah, and so they now we're trying to get it filed. At the minimum, I just want this guy to be penalized for that. Like, I could move past the settlement stuff. What a day, yeah. It was a crazy week. So if you just heard in, Kat, thank you, Nano Soups. Thank you, appreciate that. Kitori said, yeah, sure. I was robbed at gunpoint at one of my jobs. Oh my God. And the police gave me shit because I called my manager before the police, but I didn't know what to do. It's like, I feel you, you know, like my instinct, like I was just like, I immediately thought of the medical bills because I had just gotten laid off. And I was like, bro, I don't have the means for this right now. And so like, again, after I've talked to family, and also as I think Kitori said earlier, the guy could have paid for everything anyways, if there were things that needed to be paid for. So it's like, yeah, you know, my life is more important than any monetary value. So my cousin and I should have called, you know, the paramedics right away just to make sure we're good. Mr. Waffle said maybe could subpoena the camera footage from the Tesla. You're going to spend a lot of money on attorneys trying to do that. There's also camera footage from NYPD because the intersection had like straight up cameras, like not just like on streetlights, like actual like security cameras. But I don't know that they're actually going to give that to us because I already tried asking them, like, dude, you're telling me you can't file the report. The cameras are right there. And they're just like, sorry, we can't do anything. And I'm like, dude, the local precinct is like 2 blocks away. Like, what do you mean you can't do anything? Whatever. It was a week for sure, or a day. Thanks, Kat. Nanos said, and a car bonked you guys. For real. I'm glad you're alive. Thank you. Yeah, it was a very interesting turn of events there. Raina said, I totally get it. When I got hit both times, I was shocked that I didn't get the info I needed from them. TBH, I got hit with other people and was more focused on our safety at the moment. Yeah, same. I agree with you. I feel like I'm just like, is everybody okay? Who's hurt? Like, I'm really not thinking about a lot of that stuff. So I feel like there is definitely some informal training or preemptive things you need to do, you know, when these things happen, to prepare yourself for those situations. But it's like, how do you prepare for that stuff when it happens on accident or in the moment? So yeah, I think just like if and whenever something like this happens to me again, it's just, I need to think about those things. And I don't know, safety was the first priority, right? Both my cousin and I were trying to make sure like our limbs were good and that nothing was broken. Mr. Waffle said, I think New York City, you can file FOIA of some sort for that stuff. Yeah, the officers, though they didn't want to file the report, they did direct me to like different forms with the DMV that I need to put in, because then they'll be able to pull up the license plate that we have of the person and then kind of fill out more information that way. So my cousin's the one over in New York, so he's kind of handling the rest of it right now. Harmony said, email Daddy Mom Donnie, he'll help you. Honestly, for real. Kitori said, glad you're mostly okay. Hopefully no longer term problems. I hope so too. It was low-key a hit and run, but I think whoever his partner or wife is made him come back and check on us. So criminals on the loose for real. That's why I'm like, we need to file this for police report, because this guy needs to be like, at least it needs to be on his record or something. And I said, no, I'm the daughter of an attorney and know what I need to cover myself, but both times I was not thinking about it. Okay, valid. He did try to leave, yeah. And all of the bystanders, or there was like some like Puerto Rican or Dominican Republic like aunties near me. They're very sweet. They're really like, are you okay? And like checking on me and stuff. And they were really offering like, we can take you to a hospital or something. But like, it's just as those words are flying around combined with just getting laid off, I was like, I just cannot, like money right now is like the first thing that came to mind. And just the safety of me and my cousin, because like in the moment of like what happened, as soon as like the Tesla, like it hit my leg, like he drove into my leg and that's what sent us flying. And my arms are like around my younger cousin, right? So it's just the moment of watching him fly out of my arms and watching him like get tossed into the crosswalk. I was on the back of a bike, so not pedestrian per se, but yes, I was on the back of my cousin's e-bike. And it's just like watching him fly out, that part I was like, oh God, my cousin's like physics is moving him away from me. And I tried to reach out. And I think that's why I have like these abrasions here on my right side because I was like flying this way, and I landed on my back. I was wearing my backpack full of rock climbing gear, so I think that broke the fall along with the helmet. Busted my lip. Luckily, nothing serious that needed stitches, so that healed. But yeah, my knee and like my hip, it was a bit of a concern for the week because like everything was just like super sore, and it was hard to tell like, is it muscle pain or is it like bone pain? And now that it's been like a little over a week now, everything has kind of subsided, and now it's just like, you know, the feeling when scabs are like healing and stuff. So very fortunate. Hopefully there is, as Kitori pointed out, no longer term issues, or someone who had said it earlier. But yeah, all the adrenaline was pretty crazy. Kat said, oh my God, at first I thought you were just going to say I was wearing a backpack full of rocks. For real. What was in the backpack was our rock climbing shoes, which like are very like, I don't even know what the word is, but they're not rubbery, but I don't know. They took up a lot of space. So it took a lot of impact there. And then my camera that I'm streaming with, that you're all seeing me through, was in my backpack. These glasses got pretty messed up, so they're like kind of crooked still, but I did my best to like put them back. Kat said, give your cousin extra workout. Mr. Wobble said, financial ruin or just limp for a while. Exactly. Yeah, that was kind of the big thing. We literally walked over to a Walgreens that was on the same street, and we bought a bunch of Band-Aids and stuff to clean us up. Yeah, that was a moment for sure. And then me and my cousin went rock climbing after that because we were literally around the corner from the gym. That was the whole reason we were going out. And then we just like 2 blocks away, this fool hits us. The US is so messed up, honestly. Yeah, you know, honestly, like, I'm surprised no one just straight up called without even asking. Like, I appreciate the aunties that were next to me asking if I wanted an ambulance or whatever. But, like, as a bystander, like, I just straight up would have called 911, like, hey, this is happening on the scene right now. And, like, yeah, so, I don't know. To that point, I am surprised nobody called because realistically, cops would have showed up. Or a bystander would have been like, hey, I called 911, just letting you guys know. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, just in case, like you would think, if I was a bystander and I saw that happen, like I have done that. I've even driven by fires being like, hey, okay, while I'm driving, call 911. I'm like, hey, I'm on the, like this highway or whatever. And I saw like a brush fire. It's pretty big. And then, you know, they'd get my information, yada, yada. So maybe someone did and we just don't know. And we would find out if we try filing a report. And then maybe the precinct is like, oh, we already have this on file that this had happened. I don't know. But yeah. Kat said people are awful. Yeah. The bystander effect for real, Kitori. But yeah, that is the stream title. I got laid off. And then the next day I flew out to New York. And here we are now. But thank you for bringing your community over here, Kitori. And welcome in, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that story. Udiva said, I think bystanders don't call anymore because of the financial situation. I don't want to bankrupt someone because the authorities force them to go to the hospital. For real. That's a valid point. Yeah. Because it's like, if you didn't ask for the ambulance, you're getting charged for it. Right? I've had like paramedics called on me before. And you still get charged for that. And it's a lot. Like, what are you supposed to do? But I think also that was kind of was at the back of my mind. Is that I've had like a fire truck ambulance come. And like that is just a different pricing from a regular ER one. They're both expensive, but it's just like I didn't know they had different like fees. It's like whatever's closer to you kind of thing they send in terms of urgency, if you will. Kitori said, thank you for telling the story. Yeah. Thanks for asking, everybody. We just hit a break. And I know you just raided. I had to go pick up my brother from the train station. So I think I'll be back within this pomo and continue co-working when I come back. Kitori said they shouldn't charge you if you refuse the treatment. Oh, good to know. Noted. I hope I'm not in another accident in the near future where it requires me to do any of this, but it is, again, good information. Udiva said, which is like messed up, but I live in San Francisco and everyone is either millionaire or... Yeah, exactly. Yep, I feel you. I lived in San Francisco for where I mentioned paramedics had came to me. that's when I was living in San Francisco, and I had this other accident where like the fire truck one had to come because I was like unconscious. So yeah, and then the other one, I was conscious, or I came to, but then the paramedics were actually like right outside of the baseball stadium, so there's that too. Like, oh my god, there's more. These were all previous instances. Kat said, yes, you can always refuse. Kitori said, I'm going to take a nap, but I'll be lurking. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you for the raid. Thanks for bringing everybody over here. I hope you have a good nap. It doesn't end. Yeah, I've had a few other instances. I had split my head open up here, so I have a scar. And then so that was what caused the emergency room thing. I had fallen in the hallway being under the influence of some stuff. Yeah, that was bad. That was when I was like 21, 22, and I was like on my way to go to sleep. I was like, all right, roommates, because we were moving out of our apartment. And so someone needs to put you in a bubble. For real. We were moving out of one of our apartments, and I was like, all right, everybody, I'm going to sleep. And then I like slipped in the hallway. Everybody heard, like, you okay? And apparently I got up, and I'm like, no, I'm good. And I slipped again. But this time I didn't answer, because when they came into the hallway, there's just like a pool of blood around my head, and I'm just on the floor, like passed out. And then I had like an out of body experience because I watched the whole thing happen, like from the sky. Like paramedics came, I can see myself on the ground, I could see myself getting transported to the nearby hospital. And then they put stitches and stapled my head together. I might have died. Did I flatline? No, I don't think so. Not to my knowledge. I know my roommates were freaking the fuck out. Yeah, like I like watched the whole thing, and then I don't know when I woke up. Probably when we got into the hospital, because like by the time we're in the hospital, I'm like bundled up. They had to like, I remember them cleaning out like the thing. It was like, hey, we're gonna put some saline on here just to like kind of clear out the wound and everything, blah blah blah. Kids like, stop entertaining us so I can sleep. I'm sorry. I will. The other story is for another time. But yeah, that's the story of when I was like, we were celebrating moving out of the apartment. Kat said Avery Ballswell is a great storyteller. Oh, thanks. I had when I had told my friends about the bike incident, one of them was like, why is it when Avery goes somewhere, wherever he travels, he just comes back with a story? Like that just doesn't. But thanks. No sleep, Mr. Waffles. Okay, well, this is your chance to get some rest, Kit. If I can call you that, Tori, let me know. But thanks everybody for coming through the stream. I'm gonna go pick up my brother, so it's gonna go into the next Pomo. I will actually leave stream up. I was contemplating ending, but you brought your communion over here, so I'll keep streaming. Task: wear a helmet. I was wearing a helmet on the bike, that's for sure, and a seatbelt. I do wish the bike had a seatbelt. Like, I was very nervous about being on there. Thanks, Kat. Let's say task: pick up brother from train station. There you go. Because I do want to continue working on my resume stuff, or at least what I was working on. So I'll come back to that. Armed guard, for real. Yeah, I like, because we were going rock climbing, I was just like, I guess I'll just wear my rock climbing clothes. I wish I just wore more stuff. I was just in a shirt and shorts, and I could have been wearing at least, like, I don't know. Well, then I guess my clothes would have gone all bloody, but still, like, I wouldn't have had, this was a lot deeper, but like when I went to urgent care, the doctor was just like, yeah, this is your deepest wound, we're gonna keep that one bandaged for like the week. But then like a few other ones, like on my elbow over here, like these, she was kind of like, hey, let those breathe already. But then like some of the ones on my knee, this like certain parts of it, she's like, okay, let's keep that bandage, but the other stuff, let that breathe too, because I was like bandaging everything every day because I just wasn't sure how bad all this stuff was. Anyways, I don't want to be late. My brother is going to arrive at the train station soon, and he also has a doctor's appointment. So I will be back in a little bit. Feel free to hang around, and we will continue the co-working stream when I get back. I will add some more pomos later. I only put on 3 because I just wasn't sure where things were going to go from there. But good seeing you, Kat. I haven't even shouted anybody out. I forgot to stream. First stream back of many, but I'll just do a BRB screen. So see y'all in a bit. Thanks. I hope you enjoy the stories. Get some rest. All right. BRB. How do you do the scenes and BRB? There we go. All right.
Welcome everybody to the Pokolads podcast, a Pokemon podcast where we talk about all things Pokemon and where we answer the question, what is your favorite Mega Evolution? Up to date with the release of the new Mega Evolution lines and Pokemon ZA coming out in about a week from now after this episode releases. I'm your boy, Does Size Matter LOL, aka Adrian, aka AJ, aka Toxic Man Player. Here with my co-host. Go ahead and introduce yourself, my friend.
Hey guys, Sneaker Dad 93 here, aka Damien. That's it.
If you can't tell, we're recording this pretty late at night. We're all like in our like early 30s, which is pretty much the new 40s of this generation. So we're like running on no sleep.
I will take the fault on that. That's just what it's like having a 1.5-year-old who just she's growing, she's learning, and she's refusing to go to sleep any earlier than like 10 o'clock or even later. So anywho, okay, so what is my favorite Mega Evolution? It's so hard for me to pick because there are some really great ones, and then there are some meme ones that I would like to just pick for the fun of it. But I just kind of had a remembrance to let's it. I'm a big fan of just having beefy boys on your team. So Mega Swampert just looks absolutely yoked, and I would love to have his shoulder line. You know, the broad shoulders and the buff ass arms. Like, yeah, hell yeah, that's who I would go for mine. But Adrian, who would you go for yours?
Glazing Mega Swampert right now. So those are the kind of bodies you like. You like your big built beefy men.
I what? Didn't.
We're not judging you. It's okay.
I didn't mean to paint myself into a corner here, but hold on. The question's you, not me. Like,
no, I'm like Mega Pokemon. I don't have a favorite one because my favorite one has yet to come out. Imagine if there was a Mega Miltank and instead of 4 nipples, it doubled it and it came out to 8 nipples.
This man is 10 toes down on Miltank.
Yes.
You have to respect it. Well, this episode, we actually have a guest with us. He's a very close friend of Adrian's, and we've been trying to get him on the podcast for quite some time. So we're finally happy that we have him here with us. We have Avery Balas. I actually don't know how to say your last name.
That was right. Yeah.
Balaspas?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we also known as Avery Balls on Twitch. Welcome to the show.
Hey,
and if you were to pick your favorite Mega Evolution Pokemon, what would it be?
Oh man, it is kind of hard. I like that Adrian said like I don't have a favorite one yet because it hasn't come out. I appreciate that. I know you guys said like up until now, I feel like it changed over time because when Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire came out and they brought out Mega Sceptile, I was like, all right, that's it. Sceptile is one of my favorite starters.
Nice.
So
yeah,
that's when I was just like, damn, they did really well with all 3 of them, honestly. Exactly like you were saying, Damien, like Mega Swampert, swole. Mega Blaziken's design is really sick too, and I think like with the X and Y trio, similarly, like they did a great job with all 3 of those. But I'd probably have to say Mega Sceptile. And before that came out, like I think I chose version X because of Mega Charizard X. Not that I'm like a crazy Charizard fan, but for me it was that Easter egg of like it's shiny Charizard, and it just reminded me of like the OG kind of like shiny Charizard TCG cards, and I'm like, wow, I can't believe they gave a little homage to that. At least that's what I think. You know, when X and Y came out, and it was strange that only Charizard and then Mewtwo got X and Y forms, and now Raichu does. So kind of curious if that's going to be a thing moving forward, if there's going to be kind of dual evolutions for other Pokemon, but who knows?
Yeah, looking forward to it, and looking forward to seeing basically the official list when it comes out next week. I'm
Mm-hmm.
stoked because Kayla was nice enough to give me the Nintendo Switch Pokemon Legends EA combo. So
Ooh,
it's an early birthday present for me. So I'll
nice.
be just shut down and just caved in once that comes out. All
I
right,
was
but
too lazy
yes,
to purchase the Pokemon bundle. I ended up getting the Mario Kart bundle,
I did too.
and
Yeah.
then and then purchasing ZA right after pre-ordering it. I was like, I wanted the Switch now.
oh wait, so Avery, did you, or rather, I guess a question for both you guys, where did you guys pre-order from? Because I know that different vendors have different pre-order bonuses or like goodies to give out. So where did you guys order from?
Yeah, I missed the first pre-order on the Pokemon Center because they came with plushes, right, of the starters.
Mm.
And at that point in time, it was just money. I was like, I'll get it later, and then it disappeared. I was like, oh, I guess I'm not pre-ordering it anymore. And then luckily that second wave came out, and I think it has some pins, but I didn't realize that at that point all the other stores like Best Buy, Walmart, whatever were doing their pre-orders. And I think the Best Buy one came with like a lot. It was like, oh, there's a poster with it and like some other memorabilia. But I'm like, I'm cool with the pin. I would have been really hype if there was like a, I don't know, they're not doing special edition switches for this generation. I was kind of thinking like, oh, is there gonna? Well, they didn't release a Zelda game, but you know what I mean. Like if there was a dock that had, I don't know, Legend ZA on it or something like that, or with the Mario Kart one too. I was like, oh, would there be a Mario Kart World Nintendo Switch 2? But if anything, I'm just lucky that I was able to get even a Nintendo Switch 2 and then pre-order it. That Pokemon Center put up a second one after too. So thank you, Pokemon Center.
There was like a
Hell yeah.
leaked fan photo. Like I thought it was real, and it had like Zygarde on
I saw
the
that too.
Switch 2. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So I thought it was like an official release too. It would have been cool if they had like that design, but I have a feeling they're gonna save that for an actual mainline game,
Mm,
versus this just being like part of the Legends line.
true.
But yeah, I ended up pre-ordering mine at Best Buy because I saw that it came with a mouse pad, but they advertised it as like a TCG playmat, and it has the town map or the city map. I forgot where the fuck this place or where the game takes place. But yeah, I thought it was really cool. It has like Zygarde at the bottom left corner or something like that. And it just shows the entire map. I'm just hoping it's not like an actual mouse pad where it has the embroidered like edges and where it's like really thick. I really hope it's like one of the nice like TCG style playmats. So that's pretty cool. Plus, at Best Buy, if you don't end up like pre-ordering it, it's on sale for like $30 if you just want to buy the mouse pad playmat thing separately.
Oh,
Mm,
I didn't know that.
noted.
Yeah, I originally was going to do it from GameStop because I was trying to trade in my current or like the Nintendo Switch that I did have, and I think they were doing $60.
Oh,
But uh, what's when my wife decided to surprise me for uh, the gift for my birthday, she basically caught wind of the fact that I was trying to trade in my Switch, uh, and she was like, "That's basically what spoiled the surprise of letting me know ahead of time." Where she was trying to say, "Don't do anything. I already pre-ordered it, so please don't try to buy it yourself." Because at first I was just trying to see if I could just get some cash for my birthday, and I was just like, "Oh, I'll just do the trade, and I'll just offset the cost." But she actually pre-ordered it from Best Buy, and then I tried looking up Best Buy traded deals, and it turns out they were able to give me $75 for it. So I was able to get like a little extra money for that same trade-in value, which was cool.
nice.
Um, but yeah, looking forward to getting the playmat and just kind of curious also to see if it's like a mouse pad versus like a actual TCG mat, just like how Adrian said. Um, but yeah, so for our listeners here, Avery actually has quite the following on Twitch, and he's quite the content creator himself.
I don't know about
Uh,
that, but thank
We're using him for our own exposure.
you.
we're just we're asking him to boost our bottom. But I wanted to get a better understanding of like what it was like for you starting out with just being on Twitch. Like, how did you grow your audience? Was it just something that you just kind of naturally fell into, or even where you wanted to just taking a step back before you even Twitch? Just how did you want to just start out with telling everyone your story?
Yeah.
Hey, before you start, you got to hit us with your infamous tagline when you get rated. What's your
I
catchphrase?
low-key was about to just say that
Yeah.
because that's the easiest way to intro
Yeah.
it. Yeah, it's really just like, hey guys, my name's Avery. I'm a recovering high school English teacher turned co-working streamer, and then I kind of go from there. You know, I play Pokemon TCG, Nintendo games, etc., etc. But that's kind of like the first tagline, and just to make it clear that like, yeah, I'm a former teacher. That's a really big part of my identity, and you know, I think the journey that led to what is today was a lot of like after I left the classroom was like, who am I without Mr. B? Like I've become so enveloped in my life with education and I'm super passionate about it. But I also had realized like my tether to the classroom was like so strong that folks that were our age, you know, they're going out rock climbing after work. And that's kind of what really pulled me into it. And like a lot of other things where I was like, wow, I'm very invested in what I do. I love what I do, but I don't have any hobbies outside of this. And so that's kind of what started having me branch out from teaching. But really, like Twitch was just something that I only knew of because like my brother used to work as a bar back at there was a bar in San Francisco, Folsom Street Foundry, I think, or something. They did a lot of video
Folsom
game
Street
stuff.
Foundry. Yep.
Yeah, and so he
Nice.
used to work there, and I think Twitch like had an event, and so he got like free Twitch gear, gifted it to me because he was able to snag an extra one. And so back in like the old pep days and interning and stuff, I would wear this Twitch hoodie, and people would be like, "Are you a streamer?" And I was like, what makes you think that? And I was like, oh, I'm wearing a Twitch jacket. And so like that kind of just implanted in my mind over the years. Even students, when I started teaching too, they're just like, oh my God, you're on Twitch. And I'm like, I don't even know what that means. And so like fast forward into the pandemic where it kind of started, me and some of my other friends, we used to have our own podcast too. And we brought on like our other friends that were streaming, you know, they were DJing and other stuff. And I think the pandemic was a big time where streaming kind of took off.
Oh yeah.
Um, and so those friends that were already at, you know, like 500 to 1,000 followers, they were kind of, I guess, infecting other friends where it's like, you should stream too. It's really easy. Like you already have a PC build, you got a camera, just play Valorant. Like it's so easy. And in my case, it wasn't because I didn't have a PC. And so we did an episode where the rest of our guests that were on were like, what would you say that Avery and one of my other friends, Mario, would do as streamers? And so my homie Mario, he's now like an announcer commentator for like the Smash Brothers Ultimate community. And
Oh,
Oh
so
that's
wow.
pretty crazy.
and so
What?
before he got to that, it was like he just played Smash on the regular as Jigglypuff, and now he's like the NorCal Jigglypuff of in his ranking and all that stuff. But back then, like our friends were like, "Oh, he'd make a really good commentator. He's really good at speed running stuff, and he could do Smash Brothers content." Lo and behold, it turned into his thing. And on my end, it was like the word co-working didn't really exist yet, so people were like, I could see Avery doing like productivity streams where he's just like
Okay.
online, people are studying with him or something. And I ended up trying it out because I was like, that's something I thought of. And so where it all started was 2021 or whatever, the 2021 school year. Um, we were required to do office hours with San Francisco Unified. And they're just like, you need to host office hours because the school day ends at like 12 or 1 p.m. And my kids weren't showing up because Zoom fatigue. And I already
Mm.
knew while I was teaching class that they were on Twitch. So I was like, I'm just going to host office hours on Twitch to, you know, kind of create a space outside of Zoom. And that's kind of where it all started. I started doing the co-working streams, and students would actually come in for essay writing help. My mods were, you know, former business and math majors, so they would help them with stats and stuff. And it kind of just created an ecosystem that was really for my students at first. And then after, you know, the pandemic, I kind of just kept it up as a hobby. You know, it didn't really go anywhere. It was just like, I kind of want to hop on. I have the ability to stream. Started playing Nintendo Switch games. And I think I started taking it more seriously this year when I previously got laid off. So I was unemployed for about a year. And I was like, you know what? Got nothing better to do. AJ saw that I went to Pokemon Worlds in Hawaii and he had like made a comment on it. He's like, dude, are you playing TCG? And I was like, you know what? Why not? Like, let's learn
My
how to do
spider
this.
senses were tingling. I was
Yeah.
like, man, I sensed something. I sensed a disturbance in the force.
And like when he commented on it, I was like, do you play TCG? And I learned all about like AJ's like just TCG history in general. And he kind of just gave me the tip like, hey man, if you're really interested in playing, you should check out TCG Live. It's the app for the game. So that way, like, because I was asking questions about like where do I start? And he's like, it's easy there because you could just play for no money and get into the game. and the option during unemployment to better myself professionally, which was, which I did. I bought LinkedIn Premium, but didn't do anything with it. I was like, I'm going to take project management certifications and other things, to try to make myself more viable in the job market. And I was like, or I could no life it into TCG live and stream on Twitch. And those are like my two pathways. And I just dived straight into Twitch and TCG live. And I think that's where it all kind of started. Like, we ended up hitting 300 followers like sometime last fall, and the reward for the community was like, okay, we're gonna open a Discord server, because like the stream was just TCG live. AJ was also in and out of that too, and people were just queuing up to play each other. It was just this little community of people. Like, it got too much in the chat where people were like, I want to play Avery next, but you know how long games are, so it's just like,
Yeah.
we need a server so people can share their tags and just play against each other so that they can come on stream at some point. And for a little while, it was a nice little thing. And then after that, yeah, the TCG journey just kind of started, and I just kept streaming on Twitch from there. I'm not that big, but I'm not even that big, like 500 followers as of recently. I'm proud of that.
Oh, I'm not big. 500 followers. Ooh.
We all have to start somewhere.
We had to
man,
start
but-
somewhere. Like, but yeah,
No,
Damn.
that's awesome though. You know what's funny is that your what's it? We maybe on this podcast we just love teachers because there's Adrian, there's you, my friend Jeremiah was on this episode.
That episode was awesome.
Yeah. So I think we as people just have this idea about, kind of going hand in hand with the Pokemon community about giving back to the community. Wanting to just create this ecosystem where we're all just thriving and enjoying and doing what we love, and helping those who come after us also enjoy that same ecosystem and thriving and doing what they love. So that's awesome that you were able to create that for yourself. That sounds like an amazing journey. So kudos to you. Really quick, just want to say that right off the rip.
Yeah, when we talked with Jeremiah in that episode, we really went into like the education portion, what he does with his like TCG club out at Burden. So he taught at Burden too, which is one of our old PEP sites when me and Avery were still teaching for PEP. And yeah, like, man, I have to always like kind of humble myself and also like give the flowers to people that used to be educators, because that shit was hella hard. Like, I can't even remember what it's like to be in a classroom, and there's a reason why like I personally left. But like, there's always going to be that aspect of education that's with us that we like to like pass on to other people, just like Damien was saying, right? So like, even though like you're no longer in like a normal like high school classroom, you're still finding ways to promote some type of education, whether it's through doing your co-working streams with folks on the internet, or even like your past students, or even like teaching people about like Pokemon as well. So that's really cool. Like, just to see how like that passion of education doesn't always have to be tied to like the actual classroom. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And like, was it Jeremiah? Sorry, I forgot his name. Yeah.
Jeremiah.
To his credit too, like, I don't even know I know why I stumbled upon it. During the stint of unemployment, my brother found this like job posting that was like looking for Pokemon TCG teachers. And I was like, that is so specific. But it was just through like a small private company. And they only pay like by the hour, but the class is once a week, 1 hour. So it's really not that much, but it kind of kept me busy, which was nice. And like, the two postings were literally Anime Club and Pokemon TCG Club. And
wow.
And my brother was like, dude, that's literally you. And I looked into it. I taught for a semester. It was like 2nd to 5th graders. The Anime Club was kind of like an English class. It was teaching narrative through anime. And so like, protagonists, antagonists, etc., using shonen anime and other stuff, and teaching the genres and everything. And then Pokemon TCG was just straight up learn how to play. And the school already is equipped with those Battle Academy sets. I mean, they're missing so many cards. Like, kids over the years stole so many of them.
Yeah.
But I sat down through the resources and like learned what the Battle Academy was. And I was like, oh, this is actually really great. Like, the cards are numbered and you don't have to learn how to shuffle or search for things. It's really just, you literally play it in order and you learn through those literal steps of the game. Just the hard part of getting kids to be patient, I think, was the challenge, because they were just so excited that there's Pokemon cards in front of them. And then to ask, a 9-year-old to focus on the math or even just read what the card says when they're just like, I just want to play Pikachu, and it's like, I'm gonna do 200 damage, and it's like, that's not how that works. But
They be making up their own fucking rules, the wild, wild west of card games.
they really do.
I feel like we've all been through that as kids too. Like
Mhm.
for Yu-Gi-Oh, you just summon blue eyes with no tributes.
That's pretty much how it was. They were kind of just playing however they wanted, and to a certain point, you know, with both the Anime Club and Pokemon TCG Club or class, whatever you want to call it, I just realized I'm like, you know what, these are kids, and even though there is a structured curriculum that I was supposed to, the goal is that this is memorable for them. So even with the Anime Club, I like kind of threw away the lessons that I had, and I was like, we're just gonna watch anime, and you guys are gonna draw your favorite characters, and you know, I
There you
kind
go.
of just then like with Pokemon, it was just like, you guys are just gonna play against each other, no rules. They ended up getting it down because shout out to, I don't know if it's Pokemon TCG's YouTube channel, but they have a really good like 7-minute video, 12-minute video that
Wow.
explains literally how to play. And I sat down with the kids, we watched it, and after that, like they got the basic rules, and I was like, why didn't I do this at week 1? Because it was like week 7 already. You know? But like they understood that like, okay, there's prize cards and we have to like play in order. And it was just by the end of the course, it was funny because about half of them knew how to play. And so when they saw someone was cheating, they would just call each other out and be like, you can't do that. Like,
Judge.
it's my turn to do this. Yeah, it was so funny, dude.
And then lo and behold, one of those kids become the juniors champion, juniors world champion
That would be
for
crazy.
upcoming worlds.
And then they'll shout out Avery as their teacher for getting them that far into the game.
So like
What-
you talked a little bit about you know, just like, you know, content creation and stuff like that. I think like you're probably one of the most like, at least the people that I know like closely and personally, like one of the most like consistent, and you're really like dedicated to the craft. Like you have all your like your stills, your thumbnails are really dope too, and like just the shorts that you put out. I feel like you're a really good content creator. But I want to like go deeper into like, how did Pokemon TCG start for you? Because like I feel like we've come a long way since like, what is it, like maybe a year ago, where like I hit you up about like, oh my god, you play, to like where you are now. Like, can you talk a little bit about like just the TCG portion of it and like your relationship to it and your journey in learning the game?
First of all, thanks. Because I don't think my thumbnails are great. It's just whatever I can find in the video, and I'm just like, all right, we're gonna go with this part right here.
I mean, they're it's like professionally made. I don't know, just maybe that's just me,
no,
but
thanks.
it looks really good. Yeah.
Thanks, man. I try. I'm trying to get more into like the long form content and actually intentionally making thumbnails and other things, but like that's a whole nother art to it, you know. And like I think like is it Sneaker TCG Talk or something? The guy in Canada.
Mhm.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
you know, him and many others, like when I kind of look at their content, I'm like, man, how do I kind of get there? But I think part of where I'm at right now, it's just like I do enjoy the streaming aspect of it because there's a live community. And again, it kind of, Damien, you were talking about it. It kind of reminds me of the classroom. Like it feels like an easy transition where it's just like I can directly talk to people about the things that I'm opening right now. Um, and it's funny because some viewers that have come in, there's one guy very recent. Shout out It's Kuya Joey. He came in and I pulled
Yeah.
like a Shedinja, and I was like, oh, you could like do this and this with Ninjask and it'll do that. And he was like, oh, you're really knowledgeable. What the heck? I thought this card just came out. And I was like, no, I was reading like the abilities and stuff. He's like, I was just like, oh, shiny card. That's really cool. Like, but
He's Damien. He's also like a resident like off meta rogue deck builder too.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I
Ki-
mean, like, I what's it? I think I remember Avery had posted about how he had just gotten to RCS on TCG Live,
Mhm.
and I just messaged him like, "Hey, congrats!" And he asked me the question, "Hey, like now that do I lose my RCS ranking?" I'm like, "No, but you could just like go lower in ranking but still be RCS level." And I told him how I'm a rogue degenerate deck builder, and then I showed him. I think it's when I was running that stupid Gargantical deck, and I still play it from time to time. But whenever I run that stuff, like I kid you not, my ranking goes down to like 1200s or something like that.
I wouldn't know. I only play meta like a true player.
I definitely feel because like of AJ, I am like a meta player in a sense. I mean, you pointed out that like when I started playing Archaludon, you're like, oh, all right, like not necessarily meta, but not necessarily rogue either. It's like just not a common play. And I hope to get into like that type of level of theory crafting or deck crafting at some point. I feel like well, you've seen my brother's deck. He's literally playing a mill deck, and so we've gone like two different directions. Where I'm trying to figure out how the meta works, and then he's just like, let me try to find all the cards that are just gonna mess with people because I just wanted to disrupt them and all that kind of stuff.
I respect it though. That man is like 7 formats behind playing Great Tusk Mill, but he's still making it work. I'm like, holy shit! Like he locked me at locals the other day. So like, respect to him. Shout out to Addison, man.
Yeah, dude. He even like he beat me on the first round because like he kept milling my cards, and I was like, okay, well I couldn't get set up. And like typically, like when I'm playing against my brother, I get a turn 3 setup, and then that's it. It's done. It doesn't matter if he mills my cards. He's not gonna knock me out. But I wasn't able to get set up, and he just milled away, and the what is the little hand fan things that move energy.
Oh, the handheld fan.
Yeah, he's good with those, with attaching them. So like when he sees something that's on my bench, I kind of forget because it's not like how when you're playing Iron Hands and you target my Dunsparces or something, he's using the handheld fan to target like my Relincanth, which doesn't need steel energies, but he's gonna move all of them there, and I don't have energy switch, and I'm just like, this guy, like,
you can't get him back. Yeah, no, like that man is dedicated to that deck, man. And he's the only person I've ever seen hit Professor Sato just for 1 energy.
Yeah.
No, that's awesome. But yeah, I'll continue like with your just journey with like TCG and stuff. Like, how has it been for you?
Yeah, back to your original question. Like I remember when you messaged me, it started at Worlds, and just exploring, like taking in what Worlds was in general. I think that was apparently like one of the first ones as of post-pandemic that looked that big. Like it didn't look like that before. It was just, we used to be at a Marriott ballroom and there was like 100 people, or no, like less people. It wasn't like this whole fanfare that it is now. And so in Honolulu, at the end of Worlds, my brother's like, hey, like before we leave, I want you guys to try a build and battle. And we're just like, like none of us really cared about TCG except my cousin's husband, because he's been following VGC and TCG just as a fan, as an audience member.
I love building battles.
I do too. Fun. I think it is my favorite thing of TCG because it's just such an interesting format. Also, you just get to play with new cards and keep them. And I think that was exactly what my brother sold us, all 4 of us, on. He was like, don't need to know how to play. You're going to learn how to play in it, and you get free cards. Like that was like the biggest thing. And part of me was like, I don't know that I care for cards, just because that gap between whatever the e-reader generation was on TCG.
My God.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I remember that.
That's how long ago like I had opened my last maybe box or pack, because it was just like whatever, my parents could afford at the time. And I didn't even have an e-reader for the GBA. I just had those cards.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's like the cartridge portion, right? You put it in there, scan the card, then you get it in the game.
Yeah. So like, I wish that I had the e-reader so it could go into the game, but I got to find those cards because that was the last TCG I had. And then AJ was asking me like, so what do you remember from the game? And I'm like, I just remember attaching energies and evolving is important. Obviously that's changed, but AJ's recommendation was like, okay, when you get into live, play the Charizard deck. It's very straightforward to what you're telling me you remember. And that's kind of where I guess like after the build and battle is kind of where it started. In the build and battle, I think the serious hooker that got me into it was the person I was playing against is this guy from Japan. Forgot his IG, like Whooper or something, but he's a card collector. And I was asking him questions like, hey man, this is my first time. I don't really know what's going on. And he's like, oh, don't worry, dude. You're going to get beginner's luck. And my first pack out of the box was the Blood Moon Ursaluna Twilight Masquerade SIR. And
my God.
And everyone around me was like, what? And he was like, oh, dude. Oh my. And then I got like a ultra rare Chansey and other EXs. And he's like, okay, your box is about to be broken. Like, as I'm playing, because I ended up getting wins in that tournament. And I think just that experience alone is like, it really got me hooked in to like, what's next? Where do I go from here? And the rest of that Worlds, me and my cousins, we kept doing more side events because my brother was like, that was the fun for him when he went to Worlds in 2016 when he was back in San Francisco. He attended with his friend that was competing in the TCG bracket.
Oh wow.
And his friend used to be like super competitive with it, and now he's just like a vendor, I think. But my brother was there for side events, and that's what he remembered, that side events were fun. We farmed like a bunch of tickets. I found a Pokemon Unite side event. I play that on the side too. And the team I was with, we went 3-0, and they like rewarded us heavy with by placing first in the bracket. So then like we all went home with like ETBs because we had so many tickets. Like the inflation on tickets from last year's Worlds to Anaheim is insane. But like we all went home with an ETB. So I think I had Temporal Forces. My cousin had Paldean Fates each, and then I don't know if my brother got one. But then I still got the Pokemon Unite jersey, and we bought a bunch of other packs from the prize wall. It was insane, and like there's a whole video on that where we just ripped a bunch of packs, and I think that really was like, okay, what do we do now? Like we just have all these cards.
Just all this, you vend, you vend.
No, and my cousin was like, at this point, I kind of just got back into streaming, and I just got laid off like a week before Worlds or something like that, and like I was saying earlier, I had already been streaming on Twitch, and all of us were like, how do we keep this up? Like, what do we do now? And my cousin's husband was like, okay, we have two options. We either get invited to Worlds again through TCG, which is highly unlikely, or Avery starts creating content and Pokemon reaches out to him and invites him to something.
Like, there you go.
And that's kind of what the big push, into the whole TCG stuff was, because it was like, yeah, either get a project management certification or play TCG live. And that's kind of how it all started, like getting into the app. And then I think the Charizard like battle deck had come out. And so like those couple months of just playing TCG live, trying to figure it out, were really challenging, because like I feel like the era of TCG we're entering in right now, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's kind of just reminiscent of like how stacked it was before V-Star left. Like there was just so many different things happening that like I couldn't, at the time I had joined from August 2024 to the end of 2024, like that was 4 months to try to learn this meta. And then, we were at Sacramento, and then I went to Toronto, and it was just like I couldn't remember all the things that I was playing. Like if I saw a Lugia deck, I'm like, I kind of know. I think I need to target the Minchinos. I don't know. It was a lot. Or if a Reggie Drago deck came out, and then fast forward to April, everything changed, and I was like, oh my god, like it was such a challenge to kind of learn in that moment. But I think that set me up for when the rotation happened. It wasn't as bad. It was just sad to lose things that like AJ had gifted me, like Rotom V, Radiant Zard, Radiant Greninja, and all that stuff, to kind of to facilitate the deck. Because the first, I don't know if was that a League Cup or something in Daly City that we went to.
You joined your first. I think that was your first ever League Cup too.
Yeah, that was my first event, and then round one, me and AJ get paired together, and he bonked me on turn 2.
Oh, that was amazing. Yeah, because I was playing Raging Bolt, and then I think you only had a Radiant Charizard active, and I'm like, dude, I'm so sorry. And this is when Raging Bolt was like at its like its peak with like the Radiant Greninjas, and it was just a mindless deck. I remember that. I felt so bad. I was like, oh, we got paired. Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
And literally, like that day, he had just given me like all the other like Radiant Zard, Rotom V, Lumineon, like just to help fill the deck with the things I was missing. Because I was just straight up playing the League Battle deck, which is just Zard and Pidgeot and all the other trainers in there. But the stuff that he had given me was like the stuff I was using in TCG Live. And so it just kind of helped make the deck a little bit better. And so like now I'm just reminiscing on that cup specifically. But like the last match is when I got one dub, and I was like, oh my god, like I can do this. Let's sign up for a regional, which is insane to think. Like that's the logic.
You faced that thing, right?
Straight to regional.
It was your last round was a mirror match, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, it was a mirror match. Yeah. And that was insane. Shout out to Markakino or pseudo Markakino that I was playing.
Yeah. No, that day was heavy for sure, but it was it was also a good balance of like meeting new folks. Yeah,
no, it was, and I think like that really opened up that. And when I went to the Sacramento regional, so this is kind of just tying to the question of like kind of that journey. I pulled up to Sacramento regional with just cards that I had opened through the content creating journey and opening stuff on stream. I had like a weird like Cornerstone Ogre Pawn with like random other cards. Oh, we're still in the Pomo. All right, I'm back. locking in for the next 13 minutes. What's going on, Delta? How you doing, man? Thanks for coming to the stream. Oh, what's going on, YouTube? What's up, leader? How you doing? Welcome back. Sorry, y'all. Man who needs cookies? I'm in a Walmart bathroom stall. Absolutely okay. Welcome to the stream, y'all. Sorry, I was picking up my brother. But I'm doing good. I'll talk again when we come back from the break. Right, made it to the break. Still a lot of work to do. Let's see. Well, thanks for sticking around, everybody. Hope you've been having a good co-working stream. Everyone over on YouTube, hope y'all have been having a good time as well. If you're new here and new to co-working, that's something that it's just kind of like vibes to study together or work together. Sorry, just fixing my lighting. I don't know if that's too dark or whatever. It just looked super blown out on my end. But you guys let me know. But we will continue co-working. I am getting kind of hungry, but I do want to make some more progress on updating my LinkedIn. I feel like it's just like a mountain of work. So let's do this. Just so I feel a sense of accomplishment here. I'm hungry too. Honestly, same. I should take a lunch break. Well, I'll update this. So I did update my LinkedIn project, but now I'm like, there's a lot that I want to add. So I did it for my last job, but now I'm kind of like, task update. And now I'm just like, I kind of want to go back, especially to my teaching job, to separate some of the things in my profile and list them as projects. So LinkedIn hack that I learned from my former boss, move things that are in your work experience or job description section into your projects and skills. Apparently, if you're applying via LinkedIn or you want somebody to look at it, companies tend to look at projects and skills more so than they do the description inside of your work experience section. That's coming from someone who hired a lot of people and taught engineers how to use LinkedIn. So, and he teaches this for a living. Not outside of my previous job with him at the company, but that's what he had done for most of his professional career. Harmony said, what kind of job are you looking for? I don't know. My previous boss, I met with him yesterday, and he's recommending, I think, bigger. I wasn't really thinking that the tech industry is something that I wanted to move into. I'm working in tech, but education adjacent, right? Still relying on the field of education as kind of the sounding board or the foundation of what I was doing. So if I had decided to shift towards, say, Google, and I wanted to see what they're doing with Google Classroom or Apple for education, that's kind of what I was leaning towards. But my former boss is just Avery, you are qualified to do some of these other roles. And it would kind of be training at companies and stuff like that. So he wanted me to consider looking at those roles. I haven't even really looked at like all of the terms around them, but he had sent me a list of things to consider, like technical trainers, developer educators, learning facilitators, onboarding specialists, sales enablement, which isn't particularly sales driven. I mean, it is sales driven, but it's not like I'm doing the selling, like I'm supporting in, which is what I've done already. E-learning developer, learning architect, so like learning experience designer. Learning a lot of these names all have like similarities across them, and I appreciate that. Despite the layoff, you know, my former boss is still kind of looking out for me, and just kind of doing like, it's almost like exit counseling kind of. So I really appreciate that he has given some insight into other roles that tie to the skills that I walked away with. Content strategist is another one in here, though in tech terms often means UX writing, so it gets confused. Interesting. Okay. Talent development manager, L&D manager, learning operations. Yeah, so I don't know. I didn't know a lot of this stuff existed, and he wants me to give it a shot and see where it goes. I was contemplating, you know, do I go back to the classroom in some way, shape, or form? I don't know what that looks like yet. The title is crazy. How have you been? What's going on, Shum? Title is crazy. I'm doing good. For those of you that already heard the story, it's going to be, I keep kind of reiterating on it just because I've told it a few times, but good to see you, Shum. Yeah, I got laid off on the 23rd, and then the next day I flew to New York. And then 3 days after being in New York, me and my cousin, I was riding on his bike, got hit by a car while riding his bike. Hey, Ari. Thanks for checking in. And I'm doing good. Fortunately, nothing broken, fractured, or sprained. Ari's like, oh my God. That's literally been everyone's reaction. It's just like, wait, what? I'm recovering from the scrapes and everything. So yeah, fortunately, it wasn't anything crazy. I mean, it's still crazy, but like nothing like injury-wise. So, Shum said, God testing you lately from what I'm hearing. I know, it's just like, why? But yeah, we're on the job hunt now. So I'm doing all right. I had health insurance during the accident, and now I don't. So I am waiting for, if you've been laid off before and anyone knows what COBRA is, I'm waiting for that to come in because my company's going to pay for like a month of it so I can still continue the insurance. Harmony said, at least your beautiful face wasn't messed up. Thanks. I was wearing a helmet. Sorry, I said, oh, good. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm hoping for. So that way I can at least continue the insurance through if anything else happens. But fortunately, Shum said, dang, Yumi, both. Dude, job hunting is rough. Yeah, good luck, man. I mean, the economy right now is tough. It's been rough, but although Avery with a scar would be badass, if it was like a Zuko scar, this is like why I'm growing my hair out. We fire Lord Zuko. Kakashi slashed eye. Growing the hair out for like cosplay purposes, honestly. Not that I know how to cosplay, but if you want to help me out with that, Harmony, that'd be cool. Ari said, I think we're in similar fields. If you want to connect, you have my Discord. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, and as Harmony was asking, like, what kind of roles am I looking for? Yeah, like I initially connected with my former boss to be like, hey, I saw these roles for instructional design. I'm kind of curious about it because that was his professional career before kind of becoming my boss. And then he was like, dude, you're overqualified for this stuff, but if you want to do it, like, just apply. And then that's when he was kind of telling me, like, I want you to think bigger. And that's kind of the roles I was listing off earlier. So he's like, look at like either larger tech companies or other corporate things, because I guess I have the skills now to, you know, lead experiential training on a corporate level. I mean, I guess I've been doing that for the past year. I just didn't really think about it because I'm always like, I'm helping teachers and I'm helping teachers level up their practice. Like, that's what I love doing. And so he wants me to kind of give a shot in a different direction. So I'm like, okay, I'll try it and see where it takes me. And then again, of course, all else fails. Like, I renewed my teacher license this past year just in case of the event is happening, and so I can apply for teaching jobs. But yeah, I have considered higher education, whether that was on the design side. So an instructional designer designs like online courses and manages like a university's like online stuff essentially, or helps design it. And then other roles I was looking at was kind of going into part-time or part-time work, teaching as a professor. Local community colleges have openings for like English teachers or English professors, and then my former university also has openings for the teacher ed program, so I've contemplated that as well. It's just those roles don't have any benefits attached because it's like all contract work, so that's kind of rough, but it is what it is. Sorry, I'm like trying to brighten it so y'all can see me so a little bit better. But yeah, thanks, Ari. Yeah. Shum said got laid off from editing recently. Oh, dude, I'm sorry to hear that. Had to go back to retail temporarily. Well, I'm glad that you're able, to just kind of pivot and find a job. Break is over. We'll jump into the Pomo just a moment. Oh, I got to start a new timer. There's a Magnemite in chat. And similarly, yeah, like I gotta find something that'll kind of keep me afloat. Right now, I can, ride unemployment. I do have my substitute teaching license, so, I might lean on that once, funds are kind of, well, it is already rough out here, but even more so with just needing some extra cash, so. But yeah, that is the quick life update. I'm definitely, I don't know, I feel excited to be working on this right now. I wasn't a couple days ago. My mentality just yesterday was like, I don't want to work. Screw this reality. I just want to take the rest of the year off. And I'm surprised I'm motivated right now. So shout out to my former boss. He was a really great mentor. And one of my former coworkers, they kind of have nudged me to reconsider, like, hey man, not trying to stress you out, but also I think this is a good time for you to apply, just because of the position that I'm in, I guess, like that I got laid off from, so I can leverage that. So, I guess the moral of the story is find a mentor. Mentors are fantastic. They can help you see things that you don't. And so I'm very appreciative of the insight that I got from these people. So on to Pomo number 4. Let's do it. Thanks, Ari. Let's do a 4th one, and then I'll probably maybe hop off to, I don't know. Let's see how much gets done in this 4th one, and then I'll probably be like, I need to eat food, and then might end stream ? Or we'll see what happens. I don't know. I wasn't even planning to stream this long in the first place because I was just going to pick up my brother, but we already accomplished that. So let's see, timer 45:10, and should just go up. There we go. Pomo number 4. Thanks for being here. I don't think I just forgot how to stream, but I'm just going to shout everybody out now. Thanks for stopping by, Ari. So many people came through chat earlier. Oh, and especially especially Kitori for raiding and bringing everyone over. All the shout outs. And all the co-working homies. I don't know if I feel like I probably missed somebody. But thanks for being here, everyone. All right, Pomo number 4. Here we go. Shum, good to catch up with you, brother. Also, best of luck on the job hunting. And thank you, Ari, for the connect there. I'm going to work on updating more of my projects from my teaching career because they're all listed in a job description, and that's not where they should be. So again, if you didn't catch that earlier, hack on LinkedIn, I guess this is what my boss told me. If you're using LinkedIn to help get yourself hired or whatever, make sure you have projects and skills. So if there's like a project that you worked on at a job, Shum, this might particularly apply to you because you were doing a lot of editing. Like if there's a big project you're working on, don't just leave it locked into the previous job experience description that you have. Like make it a separate project on LinkedIn and add the skills necessary. Apparently hiring managers in companies really look at projects and skills. So that's what I'm working on right now, making a separate space for that. An example being like I worked on this committee with as my next task from San Francisco Unified, where I worked on updating the reading list, and I kind of left that in my job description, which is cool, but no one's going to read that. So I'm working on migrating that over to the project section because that's where people look. Because that, I agree, that is a project, right? I worked on revamping SFUSD's reading list, and then someone could see that and they'll see, oh, it's tied to this work experience. I wonder what he did at SFUSD. And when they click on it, it'll bring them, oh, he was a department head and then he was a classroom teacher. So yeah, good to know. And then Shum, or anybody else really, you can add like links into the project. So like in your case, if there was a video that you have of like that you edited, you know, like link that in there. So that way all that stuff kind of interconnected. And you know, those companies' algorithms and stuff, when they kind of look through a profile, it'll read through the projects and see all that, you know, material in there. So anyways, there you go. I'll repeat that again later at another time if someone needs it. But good luck. Time to lock in. Thanks for being here. Pomo number 4. I'll be here in chat. trying to challenge the tradition. All right. Bezos like, I know that cue. It's break time. Oh, man. Okay. Almost there, question mark. Well, actually, I did finish that task. Including personal projects. Now I'm adding in, also, hi, Billion Tweets. Thanks for coming by. And we both caught the Applin, which is great. And Jay, if you're still here, thanks for popping in. I'm doing all right. As per the short story there, fortunately, I am healthy and well. Yeah, it's just like these abrasions are kind of healing. Happened. So I got laid off on the 23rd, and then 3 days later, I got hit by the car. And as I mentioned in the chat, like we're literally passing in between cars to get to the front of the crosswalk where the bike lane is, and this dude just decides to continue accelerating into us, and he's coming out of a parking spot. And it's just like, and fortunately, had a helmet on, had a backpack with like my gear for rock climbing. My camera that we're looking at right now, that was in there, so that was scary. My glasses got actually really messed up. The rings that I'm wearing actually got kind of deformed because I landed on them. I wasn't wearing them, but they were in my pocket, and it kind of like stabbed me in the leg. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. And then like watching my cousin, was like my arms around him as he's driving the bike, right? And then he just kind of like flew out of my arms, and I was like trying to reach for him, but he just like flew into the crosswalk. I kind of flew right and fell backwards on the backpack. So that broke the fall, fortunately. Whereas like my cousin came out with a lot of deeper wounds. And I landed on my back, but like my right elbow, my knee, and my hip kind of, I think, took the whatever scrapes, I guess. And then the bike landed on me. And then like the driver looks at me through the windshield, and he puts his hands up like, what the fuck? And I'm looking at him, and I'm just yelling like, fuck you. Like, you hit us, dude. Yeah. Pretty crazy. Oh, the music stopped. Thank you for that, Maple Story. Let's go to this one. Or, haven't listened to this in a while. Just Persona 5. Yeah, and then he almost drove off. At this point, he's giving us a hard time with like insurance. So we're just trying to file a report at this point and make sure this guy gets penalized. Like, fortunately, there isn't anything else, crazy beyond medical needs. But this guy just needs to be penalized at the minimum. Like, I'm beyond like the settlement kind of stuff. It's just like, man, this guy's like weird behavior. And his wife made him come back at least. But still, like, that's when I should have gotten his insurance. But adrenaline running, blood everywhere, and all that stuff. It was just crazy time. Yeah. I think they ended up like parking somewhere, and then like him and his wife came over to check on us. I didn't know it was them. Also, as someone who hits somebody, I would like to think your first instinct is like, let me provide you my insurance and all this stuff. But like, no. He did absolutely nothing, damn near, except hit us. And it was his wife that came back to me. Are you okay? Do you need us to call you? Like, I don't know if that was his wife. It just seemed like it, or his partner or something. But they seemed like very well-to-do Asians in New York. So it was like, all right, see how it is. But yeah. Other than that, New York was great. Had a wonderful time exploring it. My first time there. Excited to go back in the coming months or before the year ends. So I feel like I got to see a lot of it and experience a lot of what my younger cousins have been up to in their college life as they are growing into young men. Pretty cool. So, and then, yeah, came back on Sunday. And we have started job hunting again. To my dismay, I don't want to. I'd rather do nothing and just stream all day, but I need money. So shout out to my mentors that gave me some guidance on some job hunting this time around. So we're working on updating my LinkedIn and other things. Yeah. Hashtag relatable. Yeah. Part of me is like, as soon as I got laid off, I was like, oh, let's go. So happy because I'm like, I can like do whatever I want for the next 6 months. And then other folks it was a big layoff, like about like, it was like a 30% reduction against the company. So like a lot of people got let go, and I know people have like mouths to feed and stuff. Oh, I loved my job. It was great. I think it was one of the, outside of just like teaching in general, probably one of the best work environments I've ever been in. My managers were fantastic. My team was awesome. I think in the similar vein of, corporate executives and how they manage things with money, it's very money-based game, right? Capitalism. I wish I got to stay longer, honestly, but I also was just hyped at like, oh, cool. Unemployment has come around again. And I know last time I was unemployed was not great, but I feel like this time I have a different perspective on it, just because like mentally I know how to handle myself. It's okay. And I'm just excited that I have time to create again. Because I think one of the biggest things, and you've probably just even noticed, Jay, and many others, is that like I just haven't been present online. And because my job was remote, it's just hard to like enjoy something that is my hobby when I'm already on screen all day. So after just clocking out, I just wouldn't come back to any devices, like on my computer, playing any video games, which is why, for those of you who follow me on Instagram, if you see me rock climbing a lot, that's mainly why, because I'm just like, I gotta be outside. I can't look at a screen again. And it just sucked because it's like, I love connecting with my community. And it's just like, wasn't able to do that because I just couldn't handle staring at a screen again. So it's been nice to like not have migraines from work. I did enjoy my job, but because I was working with AI and technology, it was just like, oh my God. And then just like training teachers over Zoom and like conference calls and all that stuff. Outside of the in-person stuff, like it was definitely very taxing on my eyes and my mental well-being. But it wasn't a toxic workplace. I very much enjoyed it. And I do wish I got to stay longer, but that's okay. Things happen for a reason. And hopefully this opens up, I don't know, doors to other things. Because personally, I was like, all right, I'm going to like pivot back to the classroom and do something else. And then I talked with my former boss, and he was like, hey man, like, I want you to think bigger. Like, and so he kind of showed me some roles or things that I should consider and do research on. Like, what was one? He said learning experience designer. Had no idea that was a role, but he's like, a lot of companies need that, and you literally did that for a startup. So he was like, now you can take those skills outside of the field of education and find, an even bigger job or role. I was like, oh, okay, not something I thought of. Jay said, yeah, isn't that designing the curriculum kind of? Yeah, I think so. And like for businesses more so, like not necessarily education, the field of education anymore. Like if a company needed to train all of their employees, they would hire someone to help them design that. And that would be kind of like, yeah, instructional design. So he's saying like, though I don't have the degree in it, he was like, well, you have a master's in teaching. You're already adjacent to the field itself, and you got the career experience you needed. So he's like, I think you're overqualified for some of these roles. And so he told me to take my shot at applying to them. And I'm like, I appreciate the insight, because I wouldn't have thought of that. In my head, I thought I had to go back to the ground floor, and I was looking at jobs at like, San Jose State or any of the CSUs or something like that have like instructional design positions, so I could just kind of learn. But my former boss is like, no. You're just going to apply to it and shoot your shot. And I was like, oh, okay. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'm kind of excited. I think that's why I was like really not going to apply it, or I haven't applied to anything yet, but I wasn't even going to try until like December. I was like, nah, I'm not touching anything. But he was like, hey man, company did you guys dirty. Layoffs are normal, but I think you should use this moment in time, kind of like striking while the iron's hot, is what he said. Jay said you had yourself a good boss. Yeah, I loved my management. They were great. In my department specifically, I can't speak for the other departments, but they were really great in fostering us and helping us think about what happens after the company or if we want to get promoted, all that stuff. Break is over. Thanks. Actually, I want to talk to you sometime offline about teaching stuff. Got myself a 30-day substitute. Ooh, nice. Okay. Yes, definitely. Or you can message me on Discord or just DM me or something. Well, congrats on getting that, because after that, you should be able to get your official one. I think that's just like a temporary thing until like your full license comes in, because I believe that means you got the job, right? Or did you apply to like any local school districts, and then basically you kind of submit the 30-day, like you have that certificate, and then you submit it when you're applying for any of the roles, so that they know like, oh, you're already cleared. We don't have to wait for, the process and stuff. Anyways, we can talk about that later. Thanks for pointing out the break is over. Yes. Yeah. And then I think the official one comes in a little bit, because I remember getting the 30-day one first. And I'm like, what? It's only 30 days. No, that's just like in the meantime until the state pretty much attaches it to your account, kind of thing. Or it's called a 30-day certificate or something stupid like that. Because I think if I go into my credentialing portal, it's still in there. It says 30-day certificate, which is strange. Okay. So I want to finish updating this project, and then I'm probably going to eat because I need some food. But let's do another timer. We're just going to do one poem at a time. I was only expecting to do 2. Here we are at number 5. So if you see me disappear for food in a bit, I will put that up on the screen. Because I am getting kind of hungry, but I will probably finish this project first. So at least you've made some progress on my profile, or my LinkedIn profile. And there's a coughing in chat. All right, good luck on this poem, everybody. And thanks for being here, Jay, and everybody else that's hanging out. Appreciate y'all.
Welcome everybody to the PokeLads podcast, a Pokemon podcast where we talk about all things Pokemon and where we answer the question, what is your favorite Mega Evolution? Up to date with the release of the new Mega Evolution lines and Pokemon ZA coming out in about a week from now after this episode releases. I'm your boy, Does Size Matter LOL, aka Adrian, aka AJ, aka Toxic Man Player. Here with my co-host. Go ahead and introduce yourself, my friend.
Hey guys, 98 that's it.
If you can't tell, we're recording this pretty late at night. We're all like in our like early 30s, which is pretty much the new 40s of this generation. So we're like running on no sleep.
I will take the fault on that. That's just what it's like having a 1.5-year-old who just she's growing, she's learning, and she's refusing to go sleep any earlier than like 10 o'clock or even later. So, anywho, okay. So, what is my favorite Mega Evolution? It's so hard for me to pick because there are some really great ones, and then there are some meme ones that I would like to just pick for the fun of it. But I just kind of had a remembrance to, I'm a big fan of just having beefy boys on your team. So Mega Swampert just looks absolutely yoked, and I would love to have his shoulder line, you know, the broad shoulders and the buff ass arms. Like, yeah, hell yeah, that's who I would go for mine. But Adrian, who would you go for yours?
Glazing Mega Swampert right now. So those are the kind of bodies you like. You like your big built beefy men.
We're
not judging here. It's okay.
I didn't mean to paint myself into a corner here, but hold on. The question's you, not me. Like,
no, I'm like Mega Pokemon. I think because my favorite.
All right. You literally just caught me. Whereas, oh my god, so much audio things are happening right now. What's going on, Jeff? What's going on, chat? Welcome in, Raiders. I'm literally about to go take like a food break because I am starving. And I came back up. I'll snooze that in a second. What's going on, Raiders? Welcome in. My name's Avery. Avery Balls, and I'm a recovering high school English teacher turned co-working streamer and other things. So, welcome. Hi, Miso. We're about to go eat some food. She just ate a bunch of food. Just wanted to send you some good vibes. Appreciate you lots. Appreciate you too, man. Oh yeah. Glad you were able to clock out. Yeah, I was working on some job description stuff, and I was like, I need a food break. And then I came back, I was like, oh, I should put that I'm going to walk Miso too, which will also take a little bit. Because as I was about to prep some food, I was like, no, after I eat, it would be good to have Miso eat and go on a walk. Yeah. But hope work was good, man. Thanks, Mr. Waffles, for still being here. Yeah, I'm going to go grab some food. I need a brain break. It's not like I have a job that exhausts me that much. But I'm glad I was able to update some things on my LinkedIn, and then hopefully that'll take us into some next steps here on what we're going to do next. I don't know exactly what that's going to be, but that could be applying to something tonight. Maybe, I don't know. We'll find out, or I'll just get gassed out and be like, all right, stream's over. Anyways, I'll be back. Thanks. Go take care of yourself. Raiders, feel free to, if you got a raid and run or whatever, or hang around. Everyone's been kind of hanging around for the day, so I appreciate everyone lurking. And we'll be back in a little bit after I eat some food and take Miso on a walk. Are you looking for work from home teaching work in generally? No, well, I'm looking for remote work, and we'll see how that goes, because that's what I've been doing the past 2 jobs. I was a classroom teacher, high school English teacher. But I'll just kind of see, if something comes back, then maybe we'll do it. And if not, I have the option to return back to the classroom as well. And I don't know if you caught it earlier, but yeah, we'll see if that takes the form of me trying out higher education, teaching like, say, English 101 or maybe teacher education courses at my old university. Or if I do, apply to a job at like a local school district or a private school or something, be a classroom teacher again. But we'll see. Currently updating my LinkedIn to see if I can finagle my way into something that feels higher, like a higher echelon of skill that I don't think I have, but my former boss tells me I have, so wants me to believe in myself or something. Anyways, appreciate you asking. All right, I'll be back in a bit. Enjoy this episode of the PokeLads podcast. I know you probably heard most of it already. Go check out the PokeLads podcast if you're into Pokemon, TCG, or all things Pokemon. All right, BRB. hello. Came right in time after the break ended. All right. Thanks for your patience, everybody. Okay, done with that. Just gonna put that in there so I know I finished that. Locked miso. And hopefully this is part of my health insurance that I just got. Gonna find out. Oh, it's hot. Alright. Turn off the miso cam for now, since she is chilling in another spot. You can kind of see her down there in the bottom left or right, whichever orientation that is for you. Ooh, I'm sweating. Probably not good for all the pores, but whatever. Ooh. Okay. Let's see what we got here. It's dumb. To inform you that offered to pay Cobra premiums for the month of August, you will be receiving an election form. Please fill out this form selecting the benefits. In order to receive your severance and have your benefits reinstated, you must fill out the Cobra forms. What? That's what I've been waiting for? Okay. Please email, fax, or mail your election form to us. Okay. So then, let's see. Here is your Cobra election form. So I could have been doing this. I had to wait for something to mail. Alright. Let's see what this is. Well, okay. It is way too hot for this t-shirt, so I'm putting on a tank. And let's move into the next Momo. Let's see what else we can get done. Timer, 45. 10. Okay. Gonna go change. Be right back. Pin Churchin. Crack this knife away. Okay. to work on health insurance stuff. Well, you're still around. You're here for Pomo number 6. Thanks for being here. We'll try to get this done and see what else we can get done in the next 45 minutes or so. Good luck. Thanks for hanging around. And I'll be here in the chat. some progress on my resume. Ooh. Okay, I can feel my eyes tweaking. So, I think this is a sign that I'm going to take a computer break. Oh, Jen. My goodness. Thanks for checking in. How are you doing? What is the title? Well, I guess we got some time before we're gonna kind of wrap up here. I need an eye break. It has been not 6 straight hours, but some solid co-working today. How are you doing, Jen? Good to see you. Yeah, for those of you that already heard this, feel free to tune it out. Yeah, what is this title, Mr. Balls? So I got laid off on July 23rd. And sorry, computer is lagging. Hold on, folks. I don't know if that made it any better. It's probably still lagging. Yeah, got laid. Oh, took it tomorrow. Got laid off on the 23rd for my job. Then the next day, I fly out to New York, which was already planned. I was going to work remote in New York. Send me names and I'll print the glitter bombs. Thanks, Jen. I was already approved to work remote in New York before kind of the back to school season kind of starts, when I would, be training educators. And then it just turns out that I ended up getting laid off. So I still went on the trip to New York. And the third day that I was there, I'm riding passenger on my cousin's e-bike. And then this Tesla driver didn't see us, supposedly, as he's re-entering the street, coming out of a parking spot, mind you. So we're not going fast. We're literally just like getting out of the way from behind the stopped cars at the red light so we can get into the bike lane and be seen by all the cars to know, like, hey, there's a biker here, right? But this dude proceeds to drive into my leg. Like, see where Miso's camera is right now, how my arm's kind of coming in and out? If a car just came in there and just like hit me in the leg and then sent us flying into the street, that's basically what happened. I don't know how his Tesla didn't see us, or he didn't see us. It should have beeped at the minimum. Should have also been on the middle console, because I know those cameras, or the screen, right? It shows when there's cars and other things coming around. So I don't know. I felt the car drive into my leg, sent us flying. I'm holding my cousin like this, but like, physics. He flies in front of me and I'm like trying to reach for him. Hence where I think I landed on my right arm here and then my left knee. Everything's healing pretty well. And then I landed on my hip as well. But fortunately, I think as I was reaching for my cousin, like I turned to my back and I had a backpack on. Had me and my cousin's rock climbing shoes in there. This camera that's streaming right now. These glasses got really messed up in there. But fortunately, I was wearing a helmet and that backpack, and it broke most of the fall. So I came out of this with, I think, no broken bones or anything fractured or sprained. Still waiting on health insurance to come back around because I got laid off, and at the top of the month, I have no more insurance. But that should be hopefully coming back in, what's the word, like reinstated in the next week, because I just filed Cobra. Jen said, dang, your leg's strong for real. I got to give a shout out to rock climbing there, because honestly, like, I feel like my body reacted because I'm used to falling. So I think it was like, hey, when we fall, we have to fall on our back in this way. And I think I fell that way. Honestly, I don't think that had I been working out, I would have come out of that not okay. Would have been a lot worse if I had not been exercising. So very fortunate things turned out that way. My cousin, he's also like a lifeguard and he bikes everywhere, not just on the e-bike, but like he's very fit as well. He's like 7 years younger than me, but his injuries were a lot worse than mine. don't think anything was broken or fractured. He didn't go check. I ended up going to urgent care to get my hip checked in case. But his wounds were deeper. Like, he like flew into the sidewalk, and I saw him like tumble into the street. So his cuts like definitely could have used stitches, but he kind of just refused it. And in light of the whole situation in the moment, we both were just like, the financial burden on this would be insane. So we didn't like, you know, go see doctors and stuff right away. We ended up like trying to patch things up ourselves. But lesson learned, should have just called the paramedics and stuff regardless, because the driver was at fault. And yeah, but thank goodness he's also okay. He continued working. He didn't take a day off. But I guess, you know, that's people in their early 20s, they can just bounce back right away. But yeah, his stuff healed actually way quicker than I thought they would. But I'm like, yeah, that's just a body in its early 20s. Like, he's solid. So I hope you both recover quickly from any pains you have. Thank you. Yeah, I think at this point, this happened on Monday the 27th. So I'm feeling pretty normal again. At first, I was worried that these injuries, I guess you just see the meso cam over here. It was the doctor that kind of checked up my stuff was like, it's unclear if your pain is from, early 20-year-olds bounce back insane. Like, I remember being like that, and now being in my 30s, I'm like, oh my God, I missed that. Because I could just twist my neck at night, and I slept the wrong way. It's gonna be like this for the next 2 or 3 days or more. Like, great. And my cousin, he's doing all right. Me, on the other hand, the urgent care doctor was like, does it feel like muscle pain? Does it feel like bone pain? And I'm like, I can't really tell you. It's just sore. And she was like, all right, if the pain doesn't subside in like 3 or 4 days or something, which at that point had already been like 3 or 4 days, she's like, that's a concern. It might be your bone. But then I also was like, or I just might be in my 30s and like, it might not be my bone. I don't know. I did get a hip x-ray. I need to go look at the results, but based off of my current condition, I don't think anything was fractured at all. I think just the impact of, hitting the ground from being tossed in the air like that. And it might not even be being the impact of the ground, because I don't even know if my hip really did hit the ground. It could have just been the impact from the Tesla driver. Like, I saw the car squish against my leg and just launch us. So there's that. That hurt, and the pain has subsided in terms of anything that could be bone related. So I think I'm in the clear. But once health insurance comes back in, hopefully this next business week, and I can go, check with my doctor, ask them to do, if they recommend I still get an x-ray to get things checked, but I have a feeling this guy's gonna say no just because like everything feels normal. So Jen said, let me prep a poop package for the driver too. Yeah. What are those things where you like light it on fire and it's like the bottle with the little thing hanging out of it? Starts with an M. I forgot, but you know what I'm talking about. And the driver is low-key avoiding us. Yeah, I don't remember the word, but you know what I'm talking about? It's like a glass bottle. I don't know if you like stuff it with like gasoline or alcohol or something, and then you light the tip with the cloth out and you like throw it. I don't know what that's called. That, yeah. Molotov. I think that's what it is. But yeah, the Puerto Rican or Dominican Republic aunties that were near me were very sweet. They were offering to bring me to the hospital, but in that moment I just didn't take it because I was like, money, I just got laid off. I can't do this right now. But lesson learned, my life and health is more important than any financial amount. Because my family was definitely worried after that. But fortunately, we're all good. We are back home, and we are job hunting again and streaming again. And that concludes the break. But yeah, those are two things that came up in the last 2 weeks while I was away. Jen said you can always get a GoFundMe or Ko-fi if needed. Very true. Yeah. My cousin should have filed the police report today because because we've been working on that for a little bit. We've been trying to get the guy's insurance, so kind of see where it goes. I think the main thing is like I've kind of moved beyond the need for like a settlement or anything, and I really just want this dude to be penalized, mainly just because I'm glad that we're okay and healthy and everything, but also like this fool like cannot get away with that again, because when I look at the pictures of his license plate, I'm like, he definitely has other dents on his car. This has definitely happened more than once, and this fool probably just got away with it. And he's like dodging our questions about like, we just straight up asked, can you send a picture copy of your insurance? And then he's just like asking for why, he's asking for like other details, and we're like, dude, all we asked you is for a photocopy, like nothing else. He's saying like, it wasn't my car, I have this claim number from Geico or something. Or like, dude, we didn't even tell you what our insurance was, so how do you have a claim number already? Like, I don't know. Weird behavior, but yeah, fortunately we're okay and we out here. I was gonna stream earlier this week, but I feel like I was kind of getting settled back in to coming home after about like a week and a half or so in New York, and after that accident happening, so kind of just needed to acclimate myself. And yeah, that's pretty much it. But thanks, Jen. I think we had a great stream today. There's still a lot that I need to do. Some things I might just do off stream as well, since we got no job, so we're not in a rush. But very productive day today. I feel like I made some good progress on updating things on my LinkedIn. Took a lot longer than I expected, but that's okay because I yap a lot. Working on my resume. I don't know. We're kind of shooting for the stars with some of these job postings. W productivity for real. It has been a minute because I think I last streamed like July 13th. And July 13th, I was like, I mean, I feel like I've been saying this past couple months, I'm going to stream more because it's summer. But then I was like, oh, well, I have some work trips coming up. I'll see you guys when I get back. But instead, I got laid off and hit by a car. So there's that. Well, at least, honestly, I have been yearning for this time, connecting back with people like you, Jen, and everybody else that has come through. It's been an incredible return stream today, so I really appreciate. Let me go back to the dashboard here. I know Kyo came in earlier, or Jeff brought over his community, and then was it Kit? Was it Kitori? I'm trying to remember. It is not loading. There it is. For also rating, shout out Alicia for bringing them and their community over. And it's just been great catching up with everyone. And I'm glad everyone's like, I'm happy you're okay, because that could have been a lot worse, and I 100% agree. And then my dumbass will probably be revisiting New York once again. Billion Sweet said, the universe really just said, nah fam, take a break, for real. It was just like, yo, you've been running at like 200% at this job, and you got laid off. Here, let me make you stop physically. Like, you need to slow down, which I agree with. So, but yeah, I mean, getting laid off. If you were here for the previous layoff, I took it pretty hard. This time, I totally fine. If anything, I'm excited. I've been missing, whether it's streaming or just creating again, connecting with y'all. It's been a lot of fun doing that, and I think that's something that's been missing in my life. And it's hard when your work is literally tied to a screen, but then your hobby kind of also is that. So it kind of made it really challenging for me to hop online or even just be on a screen after working hours. So very excited to be back. Appreciate you all being here. Jen said, I quit my teaching job after the school year ended. Oh my goodness, really? Congratulations. What's next? Wow, that's exciting, and also like, oh my God, at the same time. Wow, that's incredible. I'm like happy for you. And then also that piece of like, oh man, teaching in terms of like, it's just the rewarding piece. But I also know, like, as you shared, some of those students weren't it. Every time I opt into your stream, you just be like, nope. Right, I had 2 jobs, so I still have the other one. Oh, nice. Okay. Cool. Well, I hope the work-life balance is better there, or the mentals. They were trying to move me to full-time. Those 2. Exactly. I was like, whoa. I remember you saying that, Jen. Yeah. It's not worth it. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm like, and that's why I'm not going to go back yet if I go back to the classroom. I feel like I will at some point, like full-time, and specifically like public or private school. I have contemplated doing the adjunct teaching. We'll see if any of these job hunting things that I'm doing now kind of don't pan out, then I will probably like closer to the spring semester. I don't know that I'm going to do it now because this fall semester is already starting, but I will take a look at local adjunct positions at community colleges or universities, maybe throw my resume into the hat there and see if that can get me some work coming in 2027, depending where things are at. But yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that, and I hope that your soul is a little more fulfilled, or refilled rather, Jen, and that you feel better, especially with the school you're starting and you're like, yes, don't have to deal with that. But nonetheless, congrats. I'm sure you were an incredible professor or teacher, and thank you for everything that you did do despite these students sucking the life out of you, because I know that feeling. And yeah, that's why I'm just like, for now I'll work with adults. That's cool. There's a weaving bell. I'm out of Pokeballs. Wow. Poke Shop, Pokeball 10. Pokecatch. All right. I did see that DJ Sprouts himself, the homeboy Hyperscuff, was streaming, and I have not seen this guy live in a minute. That, and I'm never live anymore. But honestly, I don't know, remember the last time CJ was streaming. So we're gonna go pass off the love to him. Looks like he started a little while ago with 33 minutes on the clock. So I think that is a perfect time to send over the co-working love. Yeah, all right. So he has, like, is this his return today? Because I'm like, I feel like I haven't seen him in a minute. Okay, so it wasn't just me. Thank you for letting me know. All right, if you aren't subbed to the channel, you can copy the first raid message. If you are, you can copy the second one. I hope it works. I don't remember. Ari said, I think it is. Okay, sweet. I haven't been gone as long as he has, but I damn near was just streaming like once a month. But I remember like CJ was just like on it for a solid like latter half of 2025, and then he kind of just went MIA. I also wasn't really checking on Discord and socials. I know he's been on Discord and stuff, but I know like not live streaming per se. Well, anyways, honestly, return streams across the board. It's so awesome. We'd love to see it in the co-working community. Same for you, Billion Sweets. Go follow Billion Sweets so that when they go live, same thing with Starry Ari and Jen. Go follow each other. I'll just shout y'all out. We love the co-working community and everybody that came through today. Thanks again, Bo, for the biddies and the resub and the gifted sub. And everyone in the co-working community, go follow each other. Streamers supporting streamers, for real. I really appreciate everybody coming through. Thank you, Jeff, again for the raid, and Kit for the raid as well, and bringing your interest in your communities over here with me. We will be back hopefully sometime this weekend. We're going to be doing some Pokemon card pack rips. It's been a minute, and then hopefully picking back up on the co-working later next week. Thank you guys for being here, and there's Miso knocked out over there, whichever direction. Appreciate y'all, love you. Say hi to CJ for me. Drop the message in chat. All right. Bye.